Oops. Oh no. Ah. I wish it's auto started. Okay. I need to, okay, now I'm streaming on YouTube. Whoops, my bad. Okay, well, the first part of the VOD is gonna be missing, unfortunately. Howdy, Doku. I'm glad to have you here. Only 11 minutes, not too bad. Yeah, I'm glad I remembered it. Okay, so we're gonna go in and we're going to... I've got two options. I can stash the changes, or I can make a new thing for it. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, you know, no, let's just leave it, actually. I'm just gonna leave it in here, and we're gonna get that commit in later today or tomorrow or something. Also, a little snippet of what I'm working on. See this? This is a transcript of a video. So if I look at this little bash script here, it's very, very, very basic right now. What it does is it pulls the latest recording, and then it runs Whisper, which is the OpenAI like audio to text model. And it has like this turbo model, which is really nice. It's super fast. So I've been using that. In fact, wow, damn, turbo is good. It even got foony, like typed properly. I wasn't expecting that one. Anyways, so that is it knows about like Path of Exile. Look, that is even properly capitalized, all that jazz. Super awesome. You never tried Whisper? It's actually really good, and I found it super easy to make it work. Literally, all you have to do is set up a venv, because Python loves venvs, virtual environments, and then you install it using the commands, whatever the hell it is, pip install this thing whenever you've sourced your venv, and then you're basically good to go. It just worked off of the Matroska video format, or whatever this is called, because that's kind of like what I store videos as initially. So the goal here is, first we get a transcript of all of the things that I say. Then we take all of Twitch chat and we merge that together. So basically I have all of the chat from y'all plus all of the words that I say, all kind of in a single transcript based on like the time that it happens, right? So now it's like a dialogue. And then we take all of that and we feed it into Chat GPT. And we say, okay, GPT, give me like the 10 most interesting sections here, and we'll specify how long we want each section. Like, you know, a topic should be like 30 seconds to like 2 minutes, and we'll say we want to use this for short videos. What do I use for transcripting? This is Whisper. It is an OpenAI thing. I'll show it to you on GitHub in a second. But what we can do with this information is we can actually have GPT tell us what the best shorts are for our Twitch stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this information to automatically create short videos and short content, and maybe even videos themselves for YouTube. So the idea is I don't have to spend any extra time. I can just do it on Twitch. I can stream it to y'all, so you get the content immediately, and then maybe I curate it somehow and the interesting bits get shown on YouTube or TikTok, except maybe not TikTok. So let's see. On Twitch editor shorts, must be this one. No, it's not that one. This one. Package it up and sell it? I could do that, 1 billion. Here is kind of the idea. Obviously, this prompt is just a beginning. I'm gonna make this a much better prompt. The thing with O1 is you want to give it a lot of details. So earlier LLMs had a very small context window, and so you had to just kind of have a short kind of prompt, and you had to make it as good as possible. With O1, you want to kind of do like an information dump in the prompt. You want it to have as much information as possible. it's okay if it's very long because the context window is huge and it will iterate multiple times. So you can have a big prompt, it's fine. And so I dump the entire conversation and then it goes through and it finds the best parts. It's not perfect because it doesn't have the full context. You're still not giving it like descriptions of what the video is like at each part, right? So it's still kind of flying a little blind. It only has the audio. Am I gonna stream the tournament on Foony this time? I don't know, Doku, we'll see. Maybe. There's a chance. Second puberty voice clarification, why I asked that. Yeah, I've been following some things, right? Like, for example, well, it's because of the recent, like the WoW drama, right, Andy? So I wanted to kind of do my own research, and what I found is the second puberty thing, I couldn't find any conclusive evidence about that. But I did also watch Thor's, like, the recording where he did, like, the Twitch Streamer Awards. His voice still sounds pretty similar. So maybe there's some small adjustments happening with audio, but I don't think it's, like, too egregious there. I think that is a little bit overblown. I also found out that, in fact, yes, Thor's dad was the he with no life, or whatever it's called. He who has no life. So, yeah, this actually was inspired by a real Blizzard employee. This is true. This is factual. As far as I can tell, this is completely factual because his dad did an AMA like 9 years ago or something, like far before he ever mentioned it, and his name ends in Hall, and it is still very similar, and I think it's legitimate. So, some clarification there. I'll go ahead and we'll delete this part. Did he sue South? No, it was like, it was intentional, right? Like, you work collaborative. Why would he sue South Park? What? Doesn't make any sense, RPC. For cash? No, he like, I think like, you know, it was a collaborative effort. Everyone's checking his validity now that the drama happened. Pretty much, because like, yeah, there was a lot of drama there, and I was like, okay, well, if he's, you know, full of it for this, is he full of it for other stuff? And then I was like, okay, well, let's look into these two things, and I think those were completely legitimate. Based on my own research, right? Like, obviously, you should always do your own research. Like, that's the thing. Don't just believe one side or the other, because usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. You have to do your own research. You've got to dig into it yourself. Don't let people tell you how to think. I think that's very important, especially like as a developer, right? Like, it's important to, you know, think for yourself. All right, let's see. So, right, prepare advance, all this jazz. Okay, let's get to it. He still questions DEF CON story. I don't know enough information about that. I haven't looked into that, right? Like, I know he's bad at WoW. That I know. Or suspect based off of his, although I don't even know, like, if that's, I'd have to know more. Like, I'd have to actually, yeah. Okay, anyways, prepare advanced pair. How do I want to handle this stuff? Definitely not as good as he, yeah. But anyways, back to the code. Prepare advanced pair. I think we want to rewrite this to return the time steps of the collisions when they will occur. And then we have to iterate over all of this. Wait, I need this over here. Ian, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Right, okay. Yeah, exactly. The answer's off in the mix of the two. I agree, Andrew, for sure. Cool music for coding. Thanks. This is by Wolf. Wolf is the person who kind of like curated the music for me. He'll be in stream sometimes, like, you know, in chat. Okay. So I want to rewrite prepare advanced pair. What if I just make another function just for now? We'll call it... Hi, Markentine. How's it going? Get collision time. And we'll give it t, and then what it needs to return to me is kind of, I'm thinking null or number. Is that enough information, or do I need more information here? So obviously if it doesn't collide, we just return null. Right? Hype train, hell yeah, thank you so much. Andy, thank you for the Prime as well, I appreciate it. When do I start with the push-ups and crazy hats? That is when people redeem it, Grumpy. That is when it's a redeem. Okay. Alrighty. Returns the... Let's see. This is the delta, right? Delta time in, or we can say time in milliseconds from now when A and B will collide. Well, they won't collide by time t. And I think that's going to be basically good enough. So if it not will collide, then we're fine. Do I want to return the points as well? I think I kind of need it because this part here, this positions at contact, tells me the time step. Yeah, I think I kind of want that. Although this part here is inefficient. Apos clone. Because we're basically making a copy of that vector. Which I guess is okay, but not ideal. Any reasons why I like WebStorm instead of VS Code or NeoVim? So, because of features, it's better. So for really small things, I will usually use Vim as kind of like a first editor. And I'll just kind of like, you know, do some small changes here and there. But Vim doesn't kind of give me everything that I need. And it's too much a pain in the butt to actually configure to make it do enough for me to be happy with it. So what I'll do instead is I'll switch over to JetBrains. And this isn't WebStorm, this is IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, which is basically WebStorm except with some extra bells and whistles or other programming languages. So this is my main thing that I use. VS Code doesn't provide enough, NeoVim doesn't provide enough, that's why I use IntelliJ. And I think like as you program more, you'll kind of usually fall into the same bucket where you want lots of additional features, you want to be able to debug easy, you want watch points, breakpoints, you don't want to have to configure things yourself. Because you're usually busy doing a lot of other things. And so a lot of the features, you know, kind of very useful. Big fan of the way that the find in files works on JetBrains. I use this all the time for refactors. I also use this replace in files a lot. It's just very helpful. All right. Good collision time. So we have that. And I'm trying to decide if I need to know the collision points. I think we do want to know this. Now, this isn't perfect yet. There's still a few more improvements that can happen. Like, if I happen to know that balls will collide at time t, I'm still slowing the ball down in discrete time steps. Like at a certain time, I'm like, okay, let's do the ball slowy thing, right? But I think for simplicity's sake, I kind of want to just model it where if the balls move like, you know, like they're moving a few micrometers, I'm not gonna bother slowing it down by the duration there, just because it makes my calculations a bit more of a pain. Am I using the paid version of IntelliJ? I am. This is one of those things I subscribed to back when I still worked at Google, and I've kept ever since. I like it a lot. This is my favorite IDE. JetBrains, please sponsor me. Okay. So anyways, good collision time. What do I want here? Did I try Cursor AI? I haven't tried that yet. For now, I kind of have like two different AIs that I really like. I like Copilot for just kind of that autocomplete thing where I mostly already know what I want and I can just have it fill it in for me. And then I'll have OpenAI, like the O1 model, do more advanced things. I had it do something fairly advanced recently, or I guess a few things. So one of those is I had something like this, where I was like, okay, what's the best way to find a Twitch editor for YouTube Shorts, right? So initially I was thinking, what if we just have like an editor do some shorts for me, for like the channel? And then it was like, well, you can hire a freelancer, or what about just automated tools? And it showed a few. I didn't specify what kind of Twitch stream it was. So initially it was like, you could use a tool like Eclipse, and I was like, okay, what the hell is Eclipse? And greetings? Yeah, greetings, ZX. Hope your Dvorak is going well. So there's this tool here that people can use if you're doing like game streams, and it apparently finds some highlights and whatever. I don't know how well it works, but it's something. Unfortunately, it's more tailored for games, not for programming. So that didn't quite do it, but it got me thinking down that path of, okay, what if we just automate the whole damn thing? And so then I ask it about software development, and it's like, okay, well, you can use something about like, you know, something based on transcriptions. I was like, okay, well, we could use Whisper to get the transcript of my videos. And it's like, okay, leverage chat spike or engagement tools. I was like, okay, well, if we merge Twitch chat in with my chat, you can automatically tell where the engagement is. And that's something GPT can do. It can just, you know, kind of figure that out for me. And then build a custom automation, right? Like, because why not? We can do this. This is totally within our realm. And then I was like, okay, so maybe we can code something that, and then I kind of give it like an overview of what I'm thinking, you know? Let's use Whisper. We'll use the API to grab chat timestamps and merge it all together. And then we feed it into O1 to find like the best pairs for each video. And then we use like FFmpeg or some other kind of like video editor so that I can get like a nice vertical video just automatically created. And maybe I have to modify a few things for the stream, but we can just automate all of this, right? And then it just kind of prints out a whole bunch of stuff and helps me all figure it all out. And then some debugging stuff with Whisper because Python's a bit of a pain. and we're basically already there. So I think I can, you know, do the whole thing in like a day. And then we'll have automated video creation, which would be really cool. Just have to get the editing right. So I might maybe polish it up for a few days or something. You thought it was Eclipse? I used to use Eclipse, actually. Like, there was a time when people actually used Eclipse. And I had it in light modes, and I coded in like a bright room. It was very different. And then there was like a shift, I feel like maybe 7-ish years ago, and everybody just wanted dark mode. It was just always dark mode, never light mode. And from then on, it was just, I don't know if people turned into vampires or what, but there was a shift. Okay, so get collision time. Friends of time. What do I want? I need to know when they collide. So I need positions at contact. And this is just returning positions. Let's also return t. Easy enough. False position. As well as the time step t, milliseconds. Okay, so that's going to return when they collide. So that's extremely helpful. So now, I need to know a few things. We have outcomes. I'll just prepare advanced prayer. I don't really want it to do the whole outcome though, because we don't know what the incident speed is. We haven't done the collision. We just know when it's going to collide. And we know where it's going to collide. So what if I return a few more things here? So this is add scaled vector. This is going to be a vector 3. A, B, and T. That sounds like shit. But that's what it is. I should really call it like A pause, B pause, and time step. Idle? Someone used idle? Oh god. Yeah, I used that when I started like programming Python ages ago. I think I used that in college, which was a very long time ago now. Like 14 years ago, 15 years ago. Oh no, actually it might be 16 years ago by now. That was a long time. Yeah, that must have been 16 years ago. Idle is still a thing? Yeah, it is still a thing. Notepad? No, please no. Not Notepad. Position of ball A at time of impact. The time in milliseconds till impact. Hopefully that's enough. Okay, so now that I have that collision time, I guess I could return it here. Instead of calling it collision time though, which isn't very helpful, what if I call it pool collision time? That way we don't pollute the global namespace too much. Okay, so we know that they're going to collide, so I can just return positions at contact now. I know that this is a bit to the right and kind of hard to see. I'll get that fixed up soon. You can make use of such a function. Check if a pair of balls can advance without colliding. What do you mean? Another thing is AI has gotten really good at just kind of documentation. So if I inherit a code base that doesn't have documentation or types, a lot of times I can just have O1 kind of write it all for me. It's not perfect, but it usually does a pretty fair job. That's actually where all of the documentation for this file comes from. Because I had some random, like, single digit or single character things, 2, 3 characters, and I'm like, what the heck is muck? Or mus? Or row? Or im? And GPT was able to kind of solve all that for me and give me something of meaning. Alright, so instead of prepare advanced pair like that, I want that to be get collision time. So, here's how we're going to rewrite this whole thing. We're not doing this anymore. But we still need to iterate over the pairs. So, okay, I think what I actually want is I just don't want this part and don't want this part here. So I need to know the collisions, which is going to be pool collision time. How about we call it collision times? Has O1 improved? I like it. But it also matters like how you prompt it, Pilati, right? So O1 is a significant improvement over 4O. The main thing is its context window is massive. So you can feed it like an entire transcript of a video that's like 5 hours long, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Like you can actually take a motion video, like a full-length movie, throw that into like Whisper, take the text, throw that into O1 and have it, I don't know, say something about it. Or you can have it translate entire, maybe I shouldn't, I don't want competition for this one thing, so I can't really go into details about how it's good for that. But think about anything that's got like a really big context window. You can have it translate from one language to another, right? Like a programming language. You could have it take a file that's 1,000 lines long and convert it into another. And I used that recently. So if I go ball collision translation, I used it for this actually pretty recently, and it just nailed it first try. So basically what I did is I had some code in collision throw, this for the ball collisions, and I had some code from Python in a completely different library, which was written in a completely different way. And I just told O1 to make that Python code work using the same interface that I already had in TypeScript, and to like translate the whole thing to TypeScript. It did it in one shot and the code worked flawlessly with no bugs. Here was its conversion. So this is something that O1 nails. And I would say that this is something I would have expected from, I don't know, like a mid-level programmer, right, to be able to do. But it would have taken them like a day or a week. And O1 did it in a minute. So now if we go to the playground here, for Gemini, we can try to see if it'll do the same thing. Now Gemini actually has a very large context window. So maybe it'll actually be able to handle it. I'm not actually sure. Even though Gemini gets a really high score on the leaderboard, I just feel like it's not as good whenever I try it. I don't know if that's my own bias or what. But if we give it this whole prompt, let's see what happens. We're making sure we're on 1206 because that's supposed to be the best one. The token count, you can see, is basically negligible. This thing works for an entire novel. So it might do pretty good, it might not. I'm not sure. So we'll have that, and then we'll also have 4.0 do this. If I set the temperature to 0, maybe. Whoa, what the hell happened? What is going on? Why did this just change? Did I click something? What is going on? What the hell is this? What is going on? Is this like some new interface that I haven't seen before? Coefficient of restitution. Calculate local frame. Update velocities of A and B. This code looks wrong. It looks wrong because it kind of lost what was already there. So like if I go to collision throw, you'll see the important part is that it keeps this return, right? So I think 4.0 failed because if you look at update velocities now, it doesn't look like it's returning anything. It's iterating through here and then it doesn't return. So this has broken the code in a non-obvious way. This is very broken. It also shortened the code immensely from whatever the hell it was supposed to be. So that is kind of one of those parts where like 4.0 just doesn't even come close to 0.1. Gemini looks like it did a pretty good job, kind of, except... let me see. The code is uglier. Let's see. Update velocities. So this is the thing that it couldn't modify. So it looks, yeah, this also broke. So it's changed update velocities. This no longer returns. This did not do as good of a job. It also renamed everything. So I would say this was a failure. So 4.0 failed. Gemini got closer but still failed. And 0.1 did it correctly. The code on the side is better to compete with Cloud. Yeah, I don't need that. Can ask it politely? Okay. And I can just do this again, then we just swap it back to 0.1. 0.1 actually did it. Another thing is, if I go to here, oh, come on, is there an easy way for me to just copy this? I don't want to have to... oh, hell. Okay, we'll do it this way. So, if you're ever in a browser and you want to like quickly select everything, there's a few different ways. Best way I find is like just select the first part, scroll all the way down to the bottom, hold down Shift, and click. Okay. So what if I type this massive, massive prompt? And let's say top 10 sections. Each section should be between 30, let's say 25 seconds and 3 minutes in length. Return them in a simple JSON format. The 10 best sections ordered by how viral, let's see, by how many average views they would get. Okay. Only reply with JSON. So this is an okay prompt. It's not a great prompt because I haven't specified the JSON format. I need to be more specific in my prompt. But for testing, this is fine. Setting its temperature to 0 will reduce its creativity? Sure. Where is JSON? Okay. So we'll do it this way. We're going to have Gemini try to solve this. I'm going to have O1 try to solve this. And I'm also going to have 4O try to solve this. Creating shorts with AI? Exactly, Chandu. So the goal is just take what I have, take in my Twitch stream, and then don't worry about cropping out silence or anything. That's a whole other can of worms. But find the interesting bits where I'm talking about something that is exciting or interesting for an audience, and then it merges all the Twitch chat together with that, and it finds the best sections, right? And then it'll just create a short form video of that segment, and then it will I'll probably have some post-processing thing because I also have all of the text that I'm saying, so I can maybe do that impact text where it does the thing, and you see the words that I'm saying on screen as I say them. Sounds like a nice software as a service business. I was thinking about that. I was thinking, okay, what if we just make a site and then we, hook it up to Twitch, and then behind the scenes we download the VOD, we get all the timestamps for all the chats, we do the transcription stuff, and then we do all the AI stuff behind the scenes. It's definitely doable, but it would cost about $1 per video in compute, I guess it would probably cost maybe 10 to 20 cents per hour of video, which is pretty cheap, and I think a lot of people would probably sign up for that. So I might do that at some point, but for now I want to test it with just myself, and then if there's enough interest, maybe I'll make something, but when? I'm too lazy. Okay. Did I have O1 try this? I think I already did. Yeah, okay, so O1 solved it in 30 seconds. We're gonna try to have 4O do this. 4O is going to fail. This is just me showing that 4O cannot do this, because 4O's context window isn't big enough. Or maybe it is. What the hell? Okay, never mind. Okay, no, it completely freaked out. So that failed, and basically 4O kind of lost the plot, because what happens is it has a fixed context window. And so think of it like an array of strings, or an array of characters, kind of. They're tokens, so that's multiple characters. So the problem is that we filled up the entire window, and so it just lopped off all of the instructions up here, and I was like, okay, ignore the instructions. And sure, you could stick the instructions at the bottom, but then you're lopping off a whole bunch of other junk. So 4O cannot do this. O1 replies with actual sections. And you can see here, it does an impromptu fashion show. So if you remember from my last stream, where people commented on the change in my look with the blazers, and I came out with all the different blazers that I had, and I did the spinny around thing, it thinks that's probably a good short. I think I'd agree with that one. Lighthearted enormous jugs moment on camera. Yeah, that was, I enjoyed that, right? That was when I had both of my jugs and I was showing that on stream. And then deep dive into older personal coding projects, which was something pretty unique. I don't normally do that on stream. It showed that as a section. It showed the showcasing of the bullet hell game. I did show off my enormous chugs. I know. I'm getting like banned on Twitch for some of the things I do. Jesus, this is like kick streamer stuff. Okay, and then we've got some full logic stuff. It's just yeah, it's really good stuff. Okay, how did Gemini handle this? Looks like Gemini did a pretty good job too. Let's see. So it also did the fashion show. AI for outfit ideas. What about Claude? I guess we can try Claude, yeah. But again, this isn't very fair to a lot of things. I guess we can just try 3.5 Sonnet. Yeah, we can't. Claude doesn't work, it's too big. Of course, this is for the free one, so maybe there's something better than Sonnet. This is also why 4.0 failed, because Sonnet actually just tells you, it's like, oh, well, this is too big. It's over the context limit. You can't paste it, it won't work. 4.0 just failed completely. Anyways, Gemini's pretty damn good. 0.1 is pretty damn good. 4.0, not that great. But again, that's because this is such a large thing. Context window size matters. You want to try bolt new? Or is this like... Okay. There's no way this works. I've got to log in. Okay, fine. Fine, I will log in. We'll... As long as it doesn't have access to all my repos. Verify your identity. Act on my behalf? No. How about no? Oh, and it's... Okay, I can sign up without GitHub. This one's crazy. Wait, hold on. Let's continue with... Yeah, it actually wants permission to act on my behalf. That's wild! GitHub apps acting on your behalf. Well, who would allow this? Okay, fine. I'll sign up with without GitHub. The crazy thing is I bet a lot of developers would miss that and they would just sign up, and then now you have this weird thing that can just act on your behalf. Acting on your behalf, like why would they need that? For just like, what? Okay. Bolt is just for prototyping? Well, they want to be able to act on my behalf. I don't want that. Invalid login or password. Oh my god, I have to sign. Oh, fine. Okay. Try this again. Okay. So now we're signed up. And now I can sign in. Without it having access to my GitHub. I'll have to make a fake GitHub or something? That's fine. They had like an email sign up. Does it not work? Maybe it gave me like a confirmation email or something. Yeah. Okay, fine. So now it's confirmed. This is a lot of work just to sign into this thing to try to... Okay, great. Welcome to Stack Blitz. Awesome. Okay, now can I paste this whole thing? Oh, whoops. I signed in already. I already signed in. What the hell? Okay. So we give it the whole thing. I'm guessing under the hood they probably just use the API. Because keep in mind, the O1 API is accessible now if you spend more than $1,000. Bolt is open source? Well, where the hell is it? Okay. Deploy full stack web apps. Okay, and so what does it use under the hood? So what is this? More than 1,000? Am I gonna do it for my local thing? Well, it's 1,000 over all time, right? It's not like 1,000 a month, which would be kind of a lot. It's so tempting. It's just like, I don't want to spend another like $800 on 4.0. I want 01. So how am I going to get to $1,000 spend unless I just burn the money? And I'm not really in the business of burning $1,000 just for fun. I mean, not usually. I guess it could be kind of fun. No, it's dumb. It's stupid. Like, why would I do that? You had to sign in with GitHub for full access to the account? That's wild, Pilati. The crazy thing is, like, I bet a lot of people would still sign up. Like, they just probably don't read it. It's kind of like reading the terms and conditions. And a lot of people might be like, oh, well, it's probably fine. I feel like this died. Did it finish? A problem? What the hell? I'm importing your Stack Blitz project. Why? Oh, Alt F4, thank you so much. Thanks, BG. Appreciate the raid. We're trying out some different LLMs for this thing. Someone linked Bolt New for this, and it completely failed. This looks more like kind of the way that All Hands works or something. So that failed. Gemini worked, 01 worked, 4.0 failed. Bolt is not an LLM? Yeah, clearly. So that's completely the incorrect tool for transcription. So BG, you might actually like this. What I'm doing is I'm creating something because I really wanted automated YouTube shorts, right? So what I did is I had GPT, I was like, okay, GPT, where can I find like an editor for YouTube? And it mentioned, why don't you just automate it? So that's what we did, or what I'm doing. So step one, Whisper. Very easy. It gives you like a whole transcription of, you know, all the English, right? And then what we do is we merge in, I'm building, yeah, I need it, BG, I need it. So then it merges in all of chat. So then I have all of chat plus all of my transcript, and then I send that into GPT and I say, give me like the most interesting parts of the code. Yeah, I mean, that sounds awesome, BG. But it kind of breaks it down. So it's like, okay, well, here's the fashion show between these timestamps, right? And then we take that and then we cut out that section of the video, but we do it in like the short, you know, vertical format. And then we do like the impact text or whatever. I can do that automatically, I believe. And then basically good to go. Might need some small edits to touch it up, but then it should be able to just, you know, dump out a bunch of shorts and automate the whole thing. So that's my plan. I'm sure you've thought about this way more than me. I unlocked the secret. I mean, I don't know. I just, like, I was messing around with this last night and I was like, okay, you know what? This might actually work. Because I looked at Pirate Software's YouTube shorts. I was like, okay, can I somehow reproduce this? Like what he's doing? I mean, I obviously can't reproduce everything. He's really good at speaking. But at least the format, I think I can reproduce. Howdy, Galahad. Let's hop on a call sometime? Hell yeah, I'd like that, BG. I've also been playing a little bit of WoW Classic. I'm up to like almost level 20 now. I think I'm like 18. Don't reproduce blanking away. Yeah, we're not gonna do that, Andy. We actually know about our rank 1 skills, okay? So, like in PoE 2, for example, I was using level 1 skills, like low-level skills, so I didn't run out of mana. Because if you're out of mana, you can use lower level versions of skills to still, like, you know, do stuff, right? But anyways, let's finish up this collision stuff for Pool. I'm gonna be on his list now. Oh no. He's gonna report me to Blizzard, get me banned. Oh jeez. Okay, don't tell him that, Raph. Just don't. Hopefully he'll just ignore that, you know? Anywho. Okay, okay. AI will clip this? You think it might clip this? We'll see. Oh god. It's not the pull, right? F4, everybody expected him to like not be perfect, right? You can't expect someone to be great at video games. Like that wasn't the thing. The thing was just like he just needed to apologize. That's really, it's that simple. And then I think people would have forgiven him. It's already uploaded by AI. Not yet. It's the Streisand effect. Yeah, it absolutely is. Okay, collision times. It's kind of like, you know, if everyone thinks you were in the wrong, but you don't, you're still in the wrong. So it's still important to kind of like apologize. But I imagine like it's also kind of hard to be like in that situation, right? Because, you know, it's like that fight or flight response kind of. And like, so he doesn't feel like he's in the wrong or whatever, but everybody else feels like he is. And it can be kind of difficult to be like, okay, you know, guys, my bad, I'm sorry, I could have done better, right? So it can be tough. All right, let's go ahead and push. But we can't do it that way. We need to do this. Const collision time. If collision time, then we go ahead and push. For sure, BG. But anyways, let's focus on this code here. Oh wait, why is this B++? I always like to do ++B. Gamers take gaming too seriously? Oh, for sure. Anywho. We iterate over all that, and then we also have to do this is stationary for prepare advanced cushions. Which I could just do this way, actually. No, we should probably do it the whole thing properly. Alright. So now we have all collisions. Now sort the collisions times by when they occur. So let's see. The way I like to remember this is kind of like A to Z or A to B or whatever, right? Like if you're thinking about like a list of like sorting. So this means low to high because A comes before B. So it's like A to B. That's how I always remember the sorts. Which is something like that took me a long time to kind of remember. Like I used to trip up on this sort order thing all the freaking time, like for years when I started programming. All right. So now I need to prepare advanced cushions. We need to take that and update it. This does a lot of work though. Jesus. does that work? Not yet at the cushion. Okay, and then it hits false, false, false. Like a bunch of times. Yikes. That's tricky. Okay, the cushion code might be a little tricky. Is it just B minus A for reverse order? Yeah. So B minus A is like saying B to A, or if you can think of it another way, instead of A to B or AB, which most people use, you can do like AZ, because it makes it maybe make a little bit more sense, right? So this sorts it A to Z. This one down here, if I flip it around, this sorts it Z to A, right? So this is from big to small. This is from small to big. You're 3D printing Lilith from Diablo. That's amazing, BG. Give me the link, thanks. Hashtag unknown. Oh, this is like, oh, okay, cool. Whoa. Is it okay for me to show this on stream? Of course, cool. That's cool. So you're like 3D printing the whole outfit. You just memorize that it has to be A to B. Yeah, so this is, I don't know, I showed this a while ago in like a short, like a year ago or something, but that's just not like a nice way to think of it. Once you think of it this way, you'll never get it wrong. All right. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say never because you might still make a mistake, but mostly you won't mess it up. All right. So how do I want to do this part with the geometry? Now you'll always remember me when sorting lists? Well, thanks, JM. Hopefully it helps. I need to calculate the correct point of impact and not use future position. So how does this bounce anything actually work? So it gets the future position. It checks to see if it's going to bounce. Then it returns whatever this bounce in is, which I'm guessing returns... Oh god. That's tricky. So then it does like the model thing. But how the hell does all that work? Okay, so I feel like this is just a bit incorrect here. Will bounce long, will bounce short, needs to tell me the time step when it's going to happen. Will bounce long segments. Future position of all that jazz. That is oriented, okay. So let's see. If I think about this, there's giant cushions. Howdy, Ken. How's it going? All right, so we have a table, right? And this table has little holes, little pockets, because it's a pool table. And it looks just like this. This is a perfect copy of a pool table. Right, and then there's like a dude over here. And then there's like little numbers. Alright, so this is a pool table. And based on this pool table, we have little balls. Here's a ball in the center. What am I doing? All right, yeah, cushions. So we got cushions. Cushion here, cushion here, cushion here, all along the table. So this pool table, I shoot a ball. It hits this cushion, because this is like an infinite cushion that goes all the way. So if it passes over here, we hit the cushion. This looks like a dollar bill. It's a common misconception. Pool tables, in fact, look very similar to dollar bills, at least when I draw them. I'm not that great at paint. Okay, so how do I know when it collides with a cushion? Yeah, sure, Alt F4. That sounds awesome. I was just gonna do something real simple with Jippity and Whisper and whatnot. There's a few manual steps in there because I have to use a really strong model like O1 that has like a huge context window because you're pasting an entire conversation for hours and hours. But most of it is automated. Okay. The future positions X greater than left, less than right. Oh, right. Yeah. I remember the way this long and short works. Okay. So this one's long, this one's long, all of these are long, and these are short. So a long segment has some kind of a left and a right. And then the reason it does absolute value of the y is because it figures out how much of an offset, like how big the table is. So this is half the table's height minus the ball radius. Because if the ball's y position, which is actually it's a z position in 3JS, whatever it is too far up or down, like up here, you know, it'd have like a really small y, and down here it'd have a really big y, I think. Or it could be reversed. But we check absolute value because we're checking the top and bottom cushion at the same time. Howdy, design. Long time I'm not streaming. I stream almost every other day. Okay, but appreciate it. Howdy, Laird. Okay, so I need to figure out when the hell this collides. Checking both top and bottom cushions. Same time with math.abs. And this is checking both left and right cushions. But instead of a boolean, I really want this to return a bit different. So, okay. Pop this open. I don't want to know if it will bounce long or if it will bounce short. Boolean? Yeah. I got them booleans. What's my idea about React Native and Expo? I feel like React Native and Expo are a little bit too different than standard React stuff if your goal is to just kind of also build like an SPA. So I don't like to rewrite my code. I like it to just kind of be the same, but I have a lot of front-end code. So I personally wouldn't use Expo for foony, and the reason why is because it's a website. If I didn't care about it being a website, I would use React Native and Expo. If my goal was just a mobile app and I did not want a website, I'd go ahead and use it. If my goal is website plus mobile app, I would just use React. and capacitor. That's just me personally. I'm not too big on mobile development though, so your mileage may vary. All right. So, customer rigid body. Let's just give it all the context. That way it kind of gets the best result here. Obviously we're not going to use for. Please create a new function. So what is it that we want? We want get bounce times, and that returns a list of how does the bounce thingamabobber here work exactly? So it calls bounce in, and what does this return? A number. Oh, how the hell is that helpful? How do I know, based simply on like how much impact speed, where the collision occurs for bounce any? Future position. Alright, so that's why it's so off. It's completely scuffed, because I don't know where the impact occurred. How to be rude without being rude? What do you mean, Laird? You love my keyboard? It is a custom keyboard. Type bang keyboard to see. Here, I'll type it for you. Oh, the rude GPT? I love the rude GPT. It's so nice. In a rude way. Why do you need React for web and not just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? I mean, under the hood, that's all it is, right? Like, React just... it's gonna turn into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But React gives you a nice way of structuring your code into, like, small components, and you don't need it. You can get by without React, but it solves a lot of problems that you would otherwise have, such as, you know, safe HTML. If you allow users to say words, you can't just slot that in a lot of times. You have to make sure it's like properly sandboxed, right? Otherwise, people could be like, I'm gonna type alert, hello world, something like this, right? And if somebody says alert hello world in chat, I don't want it to actually show an alert. Right, because if it actually does that, if it goes like alert hello world on the page, that would be bad. Because then people could also just, you know, change the window location, which would also be bad. Because that's how you get people going to sites like something spin, or a fruit party site, or other sites that maybe are best not to go to. And now work on another cool project. Thanks, Demon. You know, I just have fun working on things here and there. And I've been real excited about all the LLM stuff. O3 is coming out in a few weeks, apparently. First, it's going to start with O3 Mini, but then I think it's going to be very closely followed by O3 and O3 Pro. Farmers only. Yeah, I learned about that the other day, Kinslayer, because I realized I'm basically a farmer, just for video games. And that was kind of like a midlife crisis, because I never expected myself to be a farmer, and then I realized for the last 25 years I've been farming in video games. I'm a digital farmer. Yeah, very much so. How does it work when a restaurant app is complete? And how do customer orders get sent to delivery people. I mean, it could work any number of ways, design, right? Like, maybe you have like a backend service or something, which is like waiting for things, and like it gets sent into a queue, and then you've got the people who, you know, make the order, and then they say, okay, the order's done, let's remove it from the queue, and then some delivery person knows where to go because it's like, okay, this location, and now the order's done, ready for pickup, and then there's like a whole bunch of steps, right? Okay. Pair advanced to cushions. Check if a bulk advanced without hitting table elements. Wait, why is this? Where was I? Right. The function get bounce times returns a list of position, which is vector 3, t number. That should return a position that a ball collides the cushion, as well as the time t in milliseconds. Now, when the collision will occur. If no collisions will occur by... We should use a different number instead of as a value. Instead of t here, I don't want to confuse the model. So let's say returns a list of position. How about time offset ms? From now, when the collision will occur, which is now plus t. Then return an empty list. Only include collisions that occur less than, or is it less than or equal to, or is it less than? How do delivery people get messages that they have a delivery? Well, probably like it's pushed to them, right? So that's probably like server sent events. So they're connected to like some backend server, and then that backend server is either pulling like from a database or something else by their mobile. I mean, yeah, they're gonna have something that's pulling like a backend service, and the backend service has like an API thing, and it'll reply with the order that they have, right? You don't usually have clients connecting directly to the database. You have it going through a backend service. But I think these questions are probably better suited for asking like a model. So ask O1 or something to kind of help you develop something like this. It sounds like what you're trying to build is going to be pretty complicated, and it's a bit like, it's not something you should really be asking me, because there's a lot to that. I would ask a model, ask an LLM or something, that'll help you. If no collisions will occur by time t, return an empty list, only include collisions that occur. Well, it's plus t, right? So it must be less than or equal to. Collisions where time offset ms less than or equal to t is just based on the current state of physics. It's not date now. Okay. And I'll give it all this, and we'll see what it comes up with. Hopefully I've been careful enough in crafting my prompt. So this will take a minute, and then I don't have to code it, which would be awesome. But while it works, let's try to code it anyways. It's a bit of a pain. Advanced cushions. Let me see. What did I ask it for exactly? What was the function name? Get bounce times. Oh, that's kind of a shit name. Get cushion collision times. That's a better name. Pull collision time. That's not great because it's more like pull ball collision time. Right? It's because it's between two balls. But what we have is just a single ball. We don't have two. Now I could call it pool collision time. I don't think it matters which cushion I'm hitting. Just that I'm hitting a cushion. I don't know what I want for this. Okay, I think I know what I want now. Let's do this. We'll have both, and then combined they will be pool collision time, which is a type, either ball or cushion. And based on that, it'll be something. So this will be type is ball, and then we'll have another type, which is pool cushion. Right, so here we have cushion. And it will be one or the other. So both of them will have A. So that means I can move A out over here, because that's going to be in both of them. And then this timestamp will be in both of them as well. And over here we have some cushion. It could be a zero-based index. Something like this. And then we can export this, and then we can like not export these. I guess it doesn't matter, we can export up both. Okay. So this will be pool cushion. Collision time. That's definitely going to be for ball. Did I call it get cushion? So this would be get ball collision time. Okay, how did GPT handle this? Get bounce times. So it has a list of collisions, okay. I don't like the conversion to seconds. I don't think we need max bounces. And I don't think we need this either. Earliest collision. So I guess it iterates over everything. It finds a collision, and then it looks like it's just updating all of the balls to whatever that collision time is. And then it's continuing for the whole time step. That's not a bad idea. Finds the earliest collision time. No, it's doing a lot of things I don't want it to do. Yeah, not quite exactly what I'm going for. Okay. But it gave me some ideas. So that's important. Basically, if I know all of the collisions that will occur, I can order it by those collisions. And then I can step all the balls. The question is, do I handle all of the ball collisions first and then I handle the cushion collisions? So one issue is that if I handle it this way, what's really happening is we're advancing the location of the ball, like during the ball collisions. So it might be that we wind up in a weird state here. So we might end up in a state where, like, let's say there's a ball right at the cushion. Okay, that's not quite right. Let's put the cushions in. Okay, cushions are in. So we have a ball right at the cushion. We have another ball that we're shooting. And somehow we end up in a situation where it's like this when the balls will collide. So it's past the cushion. If I update the state of this ball, if I update its position, it will be through the cushion. So then if I test to see when it collides with this cushion, it's already collided. Its position now is already updated. So that's not helpful. So it seems like I need to get all of the collisions between ball and ball cushion and sort by collision time. So then what do I do? It's a bit tricky. And there's another thing where ball collisions happen all at the same time. So this is another tricky thing. The model right now is not great because when I have a whole bunch of balls, like let's just say I have this much, what actually is happening in real life is that there's a compression happening here and here simultaneously. And then it shoots this ball here and it shoots this ball here. But what's happening in the model is the compression at first happens here, it shoots this ball this way, and now there's no more compression to happen over here because the original ball has already moved. So Currently, the physics are not good on the break. Why is this always so damn hard? Okay. T does not exist on pool ball collision time. Yeah, because this is supposed to be pool collision time. Which I kind of need to be a little different. I'll just do it this way. Okay. So collision times. I think here we don't actually want ball collision times, I just want pool collision times. Like I don't really care what type they are. We'll just add all of them. What's the most important thing to look at in Google Search Console? Oh, for your site, for like SEO purposes. Probably gonna be like your Lighthouse scores, but it's not really Lighthouse. So if I go here, you can see there's a bit of a drop here. And I don't know if that's just because it was the holidays and maybe, you know, kids weren't in school, etc. Oh hell, we're back up and we're going hard. Hell yeah. I know it's not very hard. It's like, ooh, a couple hundred clicks a day. But Core Web Vitals is going to be pretty important. Wait, what? This makes no damn sense. Good URLs on mobile? What? That's impossible. How? Why? There's good URLs now? I changed nothing. What? Weird. Howdy, standard. So, anyways, you want it to be green. Ignore it and the problem goes away. Yeah, it's just kind of basically that, right? Like, it is true in a sense. If you build a website and then you keep the same performance for like 5 years, now your bad performance is going to be decent performance in most cases because computers get faster. So as long as your site isn't getting slower, it's going to get better. Another thing, make sure you're not blocking important parts with robots.txt. Keep this in mind though. So robots.txt is useful because your search engine is only going to have a fixed budget. It's like this foony website, it's worth like maybe 10 minutes of my time. So it won't spend more than 10 minutes on your site because it's just not worth it to, you're like not important. It's not going to bother crawling more than that. So depending on how long it takes to render each page determines kind of how much of your site gets crawled. So you want a page render to be very cheap, and you don't want to waste time attempting to have the search engine index things that don't matter at all, right? So you can see here, for example, I block rooms because there is no point to have Google going in and trying to index the same information. Like, right, this is a room. There's nothing important in here for for Google or any search engine. So we block this so that we don't index anything in the rooms. Things I do care about is I want it to index all of the game pages. I want it to index the shop, pretty much everything else, right? Anything with content, anything I want people to actually go to. You can also pass it a sitemap. So you can generate this yourself, and this kind of just helps the search engine find each page. It's very useful if you don't necessarily have a link to every page on your site. You should probably be including a sitemap. If you have a bunch of pages, you may need more than one, but pretty much every site is going to have a sitemap. So for example, I can go to chess.com. Oh, come on. What's its sitemap page? Is it -1? I know there's a way to get to it. Oh, sitemap 0. Yeah, so chess.com has multiple sitemaps and they're massive. It's still loading because of how big they are. So here's kind of an idea, right? Chess.com actually has Google index every single player on the site, and that's just one of them. Sitemap 0 is the first one. Sitemap 1 is another. So your sitemap is important. You can see here, it's just like a massive dump of players. And it looks like that's not all. We can go to sitemap 2. So this is what big sites do, and this is how they kind of get a lot of their stuff indexed. I'm sure Reddit also has something like this. I bet they probably do the sitemap 0 thing. Okay, come on, what? Oh, obviously I can't type sitemap.xml. Never mind. I don't know. I'm not sure what the sitemap is for Reddit. I would imagine they would have one. But that's kind of how that works. Jesus, chess.com has a lot of sitemaps. I need more for Foony. I need to like index all the players and have those all in a sitemap. Didn't think of user pages? Yeah, it's a lot of user-generated content. Look at all that. It's a freaking ridiculous amount. It helps if each of them is unique though, right? Like if the pages are too similar, it's not going to be useful for you. The pages have to be unique enough. All right. If it collides with the ball, then we add it. Collision times dot push. Get cushion collision times. Ball A at time T. Yeah, that makes sense. So what do I want here? Future position at time T. And I guess I don't need null. And not ball.onTable. Just return empty list. This is another empty list. Have I published any pool updates yet? Yeah, Cyril. I updated one thing. I replaced the collision throw with a better collision thing. So this is Matavan, or however the hell you're supposed to say it. It's a different pool ball collision model. The original one was this TPA-14. So this white paper here is what it was originally based on. But I replaced this with Matavan. Somewhere. This was originally posted in 2005. And then I replaced it with Matavan 2014. If I can type okay. Matavan. Yeah, this is the one I replaced it with. So I took this from Pool Tool and then I had GPT do it because I don't understand this, but GPT does. So, you know, it's already better than me in some ways. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm not even sure what's going to happen to programming in the next couple of years. But hey, that's fine because, you know, it also empowers us to do really incredible, awesome stuff. Okay. So that's an empty list, and then we keep going. Bounce any. What the hell is bounce any? Will bounce long, will bounce short. And then it does stuff, and then it does knuckles, and then it does pockets. Dear lord, that's so much. I just hope I don't break something. So that's interesting. We actually calculate the future position twice here. Once up here, and then once down here, and there's no reason for that. I do need to know if it will bounce long or if it will bounce short, but I also need to know when it will bounce. Not just that it's going to bounce. Okay. That's something I'm pretty sure I can have Jippity solve. But then the question is, when I do have this list of collisions that are going to occur at timestamps, I guess what I have to do is I will have to identify what the delta is in time and then progress the time by that much. And now I remember why it's time t and not some milliseconds. It's because this is the time step in seconds. Time t is in seconds, it's not in milliseconds. I like milliseconds because from a programming perspective it's nice. Whereas with floating point numbers you get some weird oddities. That's not ideal. Okay. Great. The time in seconds. Until impact. Hopefully that's fine. I mean, I can still order the floating point numbers by how big or small they are. So that'll be okay. Okay. What do we have? Bounce any. I see. Table geometry, table Y. So here it's using the unsigned, or the not absolute position to figure out if it's like up or down, or left or right. I still don't quite get it, but okay. Then it does whatever the hell this is. So I think instead of that, I want get cushion collision times. There is no way Copilot gets this right. A 0 chance. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's not good enough for that. Okay. The exact time collision with each cushion. Get cushion collision times. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. Please implement get cushion collision times. It may not know what full cushion collision time is, so I need to provide that as well. It's one of the things with prompting is you've got to make sure it has context, or it's gonna make stuff up or do whatever it needs to. Okay. I'm in seconds until impact. Have we provided everything we need? It doesn't really say what cushion index is. What do I know about cushion rigid body? Will bounce long, will bounce short. It doesn't really tell me though. If it's to the left, the right, the top left, it doesn't tell me which cushion it's colliding with. Okay, maybe Jippity can come up with some good idea for what cushion index is supposed to be. Or is there something else that tells me? What do I know about this? We'll bounce short segment. We have a top, a bottom, and it's some kind of a position. Because this is checking to see where it's at. So let's see. We have a table. We got a position here and a position here, which draws a line this way. So if I know this, then I can calculate when it occurs, like when it hits the point. Right? That's what we're looking for. Because it's a straight, like it keeps the same speed. Right? So I know like the full thing happens in time t. Right? We've got some delta x and some delta y. But we also have some smaller triangles in here. Okay. In fact, that's the same triangle. It's just scaled differently. Jippity will figure it out. Okay. So then we have a top, a bottom. Saifullah, howdy. How's it going? I'm trying to do some fancy physics stuff so that my physics calculations are more accurate. Basically, instead of doing some time steps of like fixed times, I'm trying to figure out the exact position when collisions occur. And the ball collisions weren't so bad. I was able to do that pretty easy. But we're on the cushion collisions, which are a little bit trickier. Okay, so we'll bounce along segment is left, right, top, bottom, and a position. So let's just do that. So this is checking the top and bottom simultaneously. Your PC just came in? Well, hell yeah, that's awesome, Saifullah. Alright, so what if... There's a few ways I can do this. You know what? Let's have Jippity come up with it. No, I probably should solve it myself. I was thinking we could have like, you know, the left and the right, and then like whether it's long or short. So let's see. It's using the X, the left and the right. Cushion collision time. I'm just gonna have Jippity come up with it. We'll do that. Cushion collision times here. The exact position and time t will occur. See what it comes up with. Because if we go back to this, and we look at, if I can actually, okay. I don't know why I drew it at the same scale, but we got a triangle. And we have a smaller triangle. Okay, green does not really cut it. Is Hetzner beginner friendly? Yeah, I thought it was alright. It's not as beginner friendly as DigitalOcean, but it's cheaper, which is important. So I have a before and I have an after. Why is there a crash count? That isn't supposed to be there. That was for Path of Exile. My bad. Thanks, Saifullah, for noticing. That was the number of times we crashed Path of Exile that day. And they nerfed my build. They nerfed me hard. Like, really hard. But that's okay. I think we've got some solutions. I also got one of my builds a lot farther along. So really we just need to know when it crosses that for the y. And then we have to multiply it by that to scale it down so we figure out the collision point. Did GPT pick my outfit today? I mean, I'm just gonna wear the same outfit, Saifullah, basically. So yes. Okay, let's see. What did we do here? I'm left, T, max bounces. It doesn't need to do this. It does need to do this part, though. Find earliest cushion collision. Max time is T. dt followed by cushion index, okay. This is wrong. The 4 cushion approach. I should have specified. I kind of specified already. Well, I wonder if it's good enough. Like if I think of it as just 4 cushions. Because then I know I know if it collides because I have the point on here, right? So like I have a circle. I know when it crosses. So I can compare my value to the minimum and the maximum for the cushions. And that will tell me if I've gone through like the center, that I've missed the cushions. So this might actually be good enough. So then I know whether to check above or below based on the velocity. Because if I'm going up, I don't need to check below the bottom cushions, right? Because my velocity is upwards, so I'm not going to collide with the bottom ones. And that should still be fast. That's actually not a bad idea. Okay. So then it adds all of the candidates. Sure. And then this we don't want to do. That's not gonna work. Okay. So I need to know the velocity that it's going to travel in. Or really, maybe I don't even need the velocity. I need the delta x and the delta y for the ball. Okay. So I need a future position. I don't want this. Instead it needs to be based on whatever the current position is. Unfortunately, it seems this is a little bit too hard for Jeopardy to get quite right. Maybe with some better prompting. Okay. So now I need to know table like a rectangle. Find time of collision with each cushion. So let's see, does this make sense? Minus the ball radius, so this would be when it collides. Okay. But it's not based on delta x, it's based on the velocity of the ball. No, we don't care about that. No, actually no, it is based on dx, because that's going to give us how much it's traveled in time t. Okay. But wouldn't that be based on... I'm not sure. It's something. I don't know if it's based on the current position or the future position, though. Or dividing by dx, because I've traveled... Okay. Well, let me think about this. So, if my delta between my current position and the table x is like, let's say 30, and dx is 45, what would t become? 30 over 45, which is 2/3. So that's not time t. Time t is multiplied by how long it takes to get there. Okay, that makes sense. So that's when it will collide. But I need the collision x and the collision y. Okay, nice. But it wants a vector 3, not a vector 2. So I guess z would be... I need to do dz as well. Why don't I just do xyz for this? Might as well. It's a little bit shorter. More readable. Okay. But I don't know if I'm going to actually collide here yet. What am I working on, Regal? I'm trying to improve the collisions for pool physics. So currently, it's discrete time steps. It happens 512 times a second, which isn't quite enough. So if I'm on 8-ball pool on Foony, right now it's a little bit jittery when I'm trying to make a shot. And I could improve it like right now, like in a second, but it would degrade performance, so I'm not doing it. See this? See how it's a little bumpy on the wall? That bumpiness is because it doesn't tell me exactly when the collision occurs. Instead, there are these discrete time steps, and it'll move, and it'll be like, okay, have I collided? No. Okay, let's jump over here. Have I collided? Yes. And so this must be where I collide. But in reality, there is something else, so I have to scale it properly. So like, let's say we have this thing here, and there's a ball. Have I collided with the cushion, or with the rectangle? No. So let's move the ball a little bit up. Have I collided with the rectangle? Yes. You can see it right here that's collided. Well, that's not good enough. What I want instead is right here. So in order to do that, I have to do some simple calculations. Hi, Pi. And that's what we're doing. So here, I know that I'm colliding with something. So we're checking a positive and a negative for the dx. Gets me most of the way there. Let's do this the other direction. So negative, and then minus a negative, which is like adding a positive, so that's a negative. That's not right. So t left happens in negative time. Wait, what? Okay. Let's say it's like negative 50, and I am at negative 45. So negative 50 plus 45 is negative 5. Divide by dx. I'm still at negative time. This doesn't make any heckin' sense. Well, what the hell? Wouldn't that be negative ball pause dot x minus table x for when it occurs? I think. You saw a 3 blue 1 brown video where you calculated this stuff? Yeah, this is too math for me. That's okay, we can do it. Okay, so like let's say I'm now at negative, we're at negative 45. Wait, hold on. No, positive 45 plus, wait, hold on. This is wrong. You're good at this math? Well, nice, Pi. I'm not. Right, okay, so that would be... What am I trying to do? Get the exact position of collisions. I just have to do it for the rest of the thingamabobbers. Let me think. Okay, so if I'm at negative 45, and now I'm adding negative... okay, so now, sure, that's positive. Now it's positive. Is it from a circle or a square? Well, I mean, we're doing cushions right now. These are rectangles. But then we're going to have to do knuckles, and we're going to have to do pockets as well. I'm just doing the cushions first. Okay. So that's dx. Well, now it would be minus. Alternatively, if I just do the math backwards, this happens at negative time. I could just do negative here. So now that's positive, and then this becomes negative. Wait, dx is negative already. I could do an absolute value. But I don't know if that's quite what I want. Because if I do an absolute value, it might be that the time actually was in the past, that where the collision occurred, which wouldn't be what I want. Thanks, Pi. Okay. Let's see. Now we have some timestamps, and we can go ahead and we can also log what these timestamps are, just to see if it kind of makes sense. You're trying to do quantum mechanics? That sounds tough. Okay. Now do the same for the y-axis. I'm gonna have Jippity do this. It should be fine. But also, this is kind of where I want it to like continue, because it's gonna become a bit nested and I don't want it to be nested. So I have an x, a y, and a z value, right? But I don't know if my, let's see. I know I'm on the line for the x. I must be. But my y value might not be. So we're doing left and right, which means we're doing short. We'll bounce short segment. So I have this knuckle thingy here, which is based on southwest and northwest of the northwest. Okay, so pocket northwest, southwest position, southwest to the northwest position. So that is the top and the bottom for that cushion. Okay. Comes from pockets. Let's think about that. So from the northwest to the southwest, if that is wait, which way is this? I'm not sure which way is up. So the top is northwest, southwest. So that's the top. Is that the high value? So it balances if the new position is less than top. Okay, so that means high Y is at the top. You passed your exams? Hell yeah, Spirit, that's great. Okay, okay, I see. So the northwest is the high value. So if the northwest, if is less than Y, no, if it's greater than or equal to, wait, how was this before? If it's greater than the bottom, less than. So, okay, it's not inclusive, it's exclusive. So that's if it's greater than and. If that value is less than. And then this screwed up over here, I think. Actually, if dx is greater than 0, that means I'm moving to the right. So wouldn't this be northeast? This is backwards. Now, both of these are identical, so it ends up being the same values, but come on, let's be consistent here at least. Thanks, Pi. Let's think about this. From the northwest, the southwest, that makes sense. The southwest, the northwest, okay, that's correct. The northeast, we want southeast. That makes sense. Southeast, this is northeast. Okay, that's correct. Jippity can do the rest for us. I'm gonna get a new context. I think it's probably fine. Please complete this function. Hopefully that is good enough. I don't think it needs a lot of context to complete that. Let's clean up the code a little bit. Why is it doing all this extra code? Keep it the same, come on. Right. We could have just called this DT actually. Okay, let's call it get the time of impact of the right cushion. We'll do the same for the left cushion, which is DT. Sure. Let's make the code the same. Okay, so we have the y, the position y, sure, dy. That makes sense. What the hell is with the spacing here? Jippity is going wacky. If t top greater than equal to 0 and t top less than equal to t. Oh, I forgot to check the time t. Oh, yeah. Okay. That is correct, though. And it is less than equal to dt. And dt less than equal to t. Okay. t times dt. Let's just dt. That's really what I wanted there. Yeah, that must be it. Okay. YZ. Okay, let's think about this. The y-axis is a little bit trickier because there's a hole now from in like the center on the top and the bottom. I have to check both of these separately. Okay. X is between the knuckles. That's correct. Kind of. So what are we checking first? Table Y. That's the top. Top cushions. Else if. Let's see if that works. That should be DT. Wait. I think I messed up time. DT. It's not DT. No, it is DT. Yeah. Because that's the delta time, right? Like, it makes sense. It's some fraction of t. It's gotta be. Okay, that must be dt. So that's correct. I wish I could make this less nested, but I'd have to pull stuff out into functions to do that. These cushion indices are just all over the place. And that doesn't really matter a whole lot. I can really call them whatever the hell I want. I could even make it just an enum. Let's do that. At least then we'll have an enum that's consistent. Cushions. Top left. This is supposed to const enum. Oh yeah. There we go. Top right, bottom left. No. Okay, top right. Right is 2, and then we'll do bottom right, bottom left, left. There we go, now we have all the cushions. Although I kind of want to make it like none be 0. That way. Yeah. Cushion indices. Howdy, Emily. How's it going? This will be nice once it's done. Okay. Oh, the right cushion, that would be right. See, now I actually have some meaning for these indices. Makes the code a little bit more readable. Because this is going to be tricky. So this would be top, let's see, knuckle northeast, and wait, no, northwest, okay, pocket northwest, gets northeast position, northeast, northwest position. Yeah, okay, so that's the top left. That makes sense. So does this one also make sense? No, not at all. This makes absolutely no sense. This one is supposed to be top cushions. This is kind of gross looking, but you know what? It's also simple, so that's fine. You're trying to build a simple form with shadcn? Yeah, so the thing is, ShadCN uses radix under the hood AMLE, which for like the headless thing, or is it radix UI? Yeah, radix UI toolkit, I think. So sometimes radix is not nice to work with. But if the whole layout is shifting to the left, it sounds like a CSS issue. Okay, so let's just delete that, and now that still doesn't make sense. Pockets dot pockets northeast. I guess I would want... Wait, what? This doesn't make sense, actually. This would be north, northwest. Right? Because you've got the northwest to the north. I need the position within there. And this would be northeast dot. The northwest part of it. The northeast. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay, now that's correct. If dy is less than 0, it's moving down. So I know I need to copy this. Once I have the code in the long form, I can probably just get GPT to clean it up for me, but we'll do that later. I just want it to be correct first. That's the thing with code, right? Like first you make it big, and then you shrink it down and simplify it. Just kind of makes life a little bit easier. Like, simplicity is beautiful, but it's also the hardest thing to do. Bottom cushions. Now, it's negative, and then I think I need a negative here. Looks like there's two negatives. And then we check to make sure that the timing makes sense. And then this is just, instead of an N, it is a south. Literally just invert those, and that should be good to go. Okay. So that's a step in the right direction, which is terrifying. So that's just for cushions. Still have to do knuckles. Good lord. I hope the performance is okay with all this. Sure it will be. Will I play PoE 2 today? If I have time, yeah. I want to show the new build. I've gotten it almost ready. So it's now, I wouldn't say it's as good as my previous build, like the absolutely broken build, but this one is not broken, kind of, and it didn't get nerfed. So that's a plus. You gonna get your sunglasses ready? Yeah, I've got mine ready right here. So it's like I hold down left click and it just shoots meteors. It's a bit more fragile. I also have Temporalis to teleport around, So the idea is I kind of do this thing where like I right click to teleport and then I left click for a bit for lots of meteors. The goal though is to gain a few more levels and become tankier so that I regenerate more HP than the meteor span. And then at that point, I can just hold down left click the entire time and then just teleport around a little bit, and that'll be amazing. But the amount of life regen you need is wild. I'm crazy? Well, thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you to say that. Okay, so we did the bouncy stuff. We'll bounce short segments. So let's see. I think I did all of the bouncy stuff. Right, so how does that work? Bounce any. Oh, I see how that works. Bounce any happens here. And then find bouncing knuckle and the other stuff does other things, which I also have to solve. Okay. But this part is basically solved, I think. It seems crazy that something like that's possible. That's why I like it. That's why I play PoE 2. I enjoy breaking the game in fun ways, and that's kind of the game. It's like you do a little bit of farming and then you spend your time theory crafting and coming up with absolutely stupid broken things. Or you just watch like Jung Rowan or something who destroys the game on a regular basis. Or that the person starts like Rue or something. I'm not sure exactly his name, but that guy also destroys the game completely. It's amazing. Alright, get cushion collision times. So I guess I just want to console log this for now. I'll log it like that, and let's just see, hopefully that's not too much spam. What else do we have here? Get cushion collision times. Which is from cushion. Okay. Prepare advanced to cushions. That probably we still want to do for now. I completely messed everything up, didn't I? Cool. Oh, I can probably just undo it with this. So if I do both, it should be fine, because I don't think we're actually moving anything. Posture check, sure thing. If collision times length. Go ahead and console log some extra stuff. Okay, how completely broken is this? Wait, I want to play against myself, not against the bot. Okay. Interesting. Why is it like not going all the way there now? Did I mess something up on accident? Calculate a hit cue ball. Maybe we don't want to log all that stuff. The keyboard sounds amazing, thanks. Okay. Why is it not doing what I expect it to do? Oh, here we go. Now I have collision stuff. Kind of. Okay, so I have ball-ball collisions. And then when I go off, there's like cushion times. Which kind of makes some sense. Cool. So we have a collision that occurs with like an X and a Y. Kind of. But why does it like not keep logging? Isn't that weird? Wait a minute. It seems like we're only getting logs when I'm near the pockets. I think I must have reversed something. Oops. Okay, and then over here we have a whole bunch of ball-ball collisions. So that's a good thing at least. Alright, so let's see what we've got. So I can see that I'm colliding with A and B. I didn't log which ball it was colliding with, but I do have positions. For some reason the X position is the same, and that doesn't make any sense. There's no way. They're completely different X positions. The Y is different. And we have a timestamp of when it occurs. But that doesn't make sense. Did I just get like super lucky there, or is it just completely broken? Okay, what if I hit it dead on? There's no way the X positions are the same. Okay, they're different. They're the same here. Wait, what? I don't... What? How does that make sense? Weird. Okay, what if I just hit the balls real fast? And now the collisions are completely gone. Did I do the whole collision thing myself, or am I using a library? I'm using a library, kind of, Emily. So I'm using this custom Tyluge Billiards GitHub physics, kind of, and then I just kind of started replacing it a lot. So initially, it was based on the physics here, right? And then we added a whole bunch of types and documentation, and I removed all of the things that weren't necessary, and I converted everything to work with the way that pool works on Foony. Took like 2 weeks or something. And then I was like, okay, the ball-ball collisions aren't good enough. Let's just replace it with Montavan. And then I realized the collisions aren't occurring exactly when they're supposed to. It's being based on some time step. And then it's just kind of like whatever, like the balls aren't exactly kissing when they collide. So I was like, okay, well, let's make the balls kiss because everybody likes when that happens. So then now that's happening. Kind of, except I haven't implemented it in the code because I also have to make the ball kiss the cushion as well. And that is a bit tricky because there's cushions, knuckles, and pockets, and they all work slightly differently. So I'm kind of doing all of that, and I just have to get it all perfect, and once it's all perfect, everything will line up and be awesome. But it's a little tricky. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to make this all nice and happy and smooth. So, which part is broken and why is it broken? You know, I had idea how to even begin. So, yeah, I mean, you basically just jump in, you know, it's just jump in the deep end and you get going. So, it comes down to stepping, right? Basically, you have some time step t, and you just iterate over all of the balls at each time step. So, you get the world state, and then you do the next frame, things are slightly moved, you see if anything is hit. If it hasn't, update the positions, and then do the next frame, and keep doing that. And then whenever a collision occurs, that's when you have to call some function. Just joined from the determinism VOD. Well, thank you, Cratch. What's the goal of today's stream? To get the physics to be better. If you look here, there's a small little jumpiness going on. So you can kind of see it here. See that? It jumps. The reason it jumps is because of a time step. It happens 512 times a second. So it doesn't detect the collision at the right spot. So what I need to do is if a collision is going to occur, I have to do this like multiplication thingy. Basically, it's like this triangle here. You can see that this is the same triangle with the same angle theta. It's just scaled differently. So if I know that I'm at position A, and I'm trying to get over here to this position B, this is B, this is A, and I have some length, okay, to this. What I can do is I can use that to calculate exactly where it collides. And then based on exactly where it collides, I can see if that lies on a cushion. So there's like a cushion here, there's a cushion here, a cushion here, or, you know, there's two cushions there, right? Or if it lies on like a knuckle, there's like little knuckles in between all the cushions. Or if it lies in a pocket. Yeah, the interpolation between time steps problem. So what we have to do is see if a collision is going to occur, figuring out exactly how much time it takes until that collision occurs, step the world until just that point. So we sort all the collisions that are going to occur, and then we order all the collisions that will occur, and we handle the collision, move on to the next one, handle that, move on to the next, handle that, and so on. So instead of updating the world by some time step t, we see like, okay, well this collision occurs at like, you know, 5 milliseconds from now. So let's go to 5 milliseconds, do that collision. Okay, figure out what other collisions occur in the next like 8 milliseconds. And be like, oh, there's another one in 2. So let's update the world for 2 milliseconds, do that collision. Okay, anything else happening in 6 milliseconds, and you just repeat. And hopefully this works. Okay. I think I can see now why Jippity added that safety net thing here, because I had like this depth thing. Depth exceeded. So that's why Jippity added like some extra check. I see. If collision time. Does it actually return milliseconds, or does this actually return time t? I think it probably returns time t. It doesn't return the milliseconds. Time t in seconds. Returns the points for ball A and B when they collide. Is it really easier to look into the future? I mean, probably. I don't want to try unwinding it. Cratch, that sounds even more terrible. So we're just gonna do it this way. So we're still stepping by some time step, but we're just figuring out like, okay, when's the next event occur? This is kind of the way that Pool Tool does it, and it makes it more accurate. But my god, it sure adds complexity. Okay, so if not collide, the positions at contact. This is all upsetty. Why is this upsetty? Type is missing. Oh. Type is ball. Okay. Positions at contact. So we have A and we have B position. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, to be fair, it's not entirely my code here. This is like partially Tyler's code, so I've just been working on it. I mean, at this point, it's like, you know, 10% of my code and maybe even 20%. Okay. But at least I understand it mostly. Collision times. Oh, wait, but we're preparing advanced pair, which is moving everything and throwing it all off. I should do this after. I need to know the collisions that are going to occur. It's okay to prepare advanced pair afterwards, but I really need to get the collision information first. That's why it's not showing. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just testing to see if I've got the collision events and if it kind of makes some sense. Depth exceeded. That's fun. Oh boy. Okay. That's super duper great. I love when that happens. How the hell? We're not changing anything. Why is it different? If nothing is different, how does that make any sense? What? Okay. Get ball collision time. Pair advanced pair. This doesn't change anything, right? That returns the future positioning thingamabobbers. And that's a clone, which is fine. Literally nothing is different. We don't do anything with collision times. Oh. Right. We can't mess with is all stationary. It'll freak out. And not until we've actually implemented it. Okay. Now it should be fine. Perfect. So here I can see ball collision times. We have some kind of collision that is occurring. The ball-ball collision, we can see the positions. Awesome. So now I have the exact positions, and I also have the exact time when that is going to happen. So now I know all of the collisions that can occur given a timestamp. Kind of. What about here? This should be like a cushion. It's definitely not a ball collision. What the hell? The first thing that happens is not a ball collision. It is a cushion. Okay, well that's correct at least. Was I a front-end or back-end software engineer? It's varied, nay. So when I first started programming, I was both front-end and back-end because I built my own stuff, right? So you gotta build an interface, you also gotta build the implementation. So I was an everything engineer. And then I started doing like websites and stuff, and so I was, again, an everything engineer. Also doing databases and all the other stuff, right? Server maintenance, literally everything. And then I joined a small company for like a year, and I was, again, an everything engineer. I was the lead. I worked on the database migration without any downtime. I implemented like a whole change to AWS because it was my job, right? Going off of like from on-premises to AWS. So, you know, I had to go visit data centers. I had to do all that fun stuff. Data center, singular, rather. I also did like a Laravel thing, so I went from CodeIgniter to Laravel, so at least the code wasn't entirely on fire. Also moved away from Perl. I never used Perl myself. This was like someone else's code from ages ago. And then after that, I joined Google, where I was primarily like a backend, like a software engineer focused on a really narrow subset of tasks. So I went from doing like all the things to just doing this one thing, which was kind of not as fun. And that was just focused on performance with backend stuff. So I left Google after about 3.5 years, and I went back to doing everything. It's more fun. It's way more fun to do all the things because you're not like just stuck in one thing, and you can kind of learn like all the stuff, and it kind of helps you develop like this ability to build interesting applications. Because an application is not just a front end, it's not just a back end. You gotta do all of it. So I enjoy that. Okay, so how do I do this part? How do I want to handle this? Cushion. But I see cushion, but I also see a lot of non-cushions. Okay, let's do this. Ball collision times. Let's iterate over collisions for const console log. Let's do it this way actually. Yeah. And let's make this separation a little bit easier to see. Okay, this is going to be a lot easier for me to kind of see if things are nice and happy. I don't understand. Why is it not doing like 1 billion console logs? Like here it's fine, right? Like we're hitting the ball. But then here it's like it's not colliding with anything. There's nothing. How does that make any sense? There's no collision occurring. Okay, let's do this. This might be a little bit too much spam. We'll see. Yeah, you see that? Look at that spam. Nothing is happening. And there's a few interesting collisions that occur here, but there's nothing happening over here. Okay, why is that happening? Get cushion collision times. Maybe because it's not PoE? Yeah, okay, silly Laird. Sure thing. I want to get to the AI stuff too. I want to get to like doing the YouTube short thing. Because I was going to work on that, but then, you know, I got to make the pool stuff even better. Get cushion collision times. So we get the future position. Get cushion collision times. It comes down here. So something is wrong in this code. Let's just log this. CJ, howdy, how's it going? You made a calculator for fun? Yeah, calculators are really good at first. Okay. It's good to like learn a language or something. So I can see that collisions are occurring because you can see it gets here, right? It gets to the dx, dy, dz. So that makes sense. You made an Android app for a school project? Nice one, Spirit. That's more than I've really done. I don't usually make mobile apps. When I got my job at Google, I was just happy to get a job at Google, so I didn't really push for like, okay, I want to do like some full stack thing with TypeScript and all that jazz. Because I was like, yeah, oh, it's Java. Oh boy. Oh, it's Android. Oh, great. I'm not big on mobile dev, personally. So I wasn't too thrilled. But it was still cool to work at Google for a bit. Okay, so I can see that my dx is negative, and that makes sense. And the more up I go, the higher my dy. And the more here I go, the higher my dx. So that makes sense. That's correct. But then I have a positive dx below that. So how is it that there's a negative dx and a positive dx? Oh, I see. Because when I hit the ball, it's going to bounce and go the other way. So for the next step, it must then be a positive dx. Okay, so that's actually correct. What's the Gmail password for the Humpliz? My Gmail password is a hunter2. That's going to be all lowercase, and the 2 is a digit. It's a number. Let's see. When you were in school, you had first handout. You learned C# over the weekend. Nice one. You got an F because it wasn't a console program? That's stupid, Cratch. That's really stupid. If you were my student, I would have given you an A+ for going above and beyond. Anyone can do a console app. It's like super basic. Making something that's actually interesting in C# or even like a whole, you know, full-blown website is harder than a console application and more useful. Yours is Hunter69? Yeah, that's a pretty good password too. It's very nice. Okay. Have I ever considered becoming a teacher? I don't know. So, if I did something like teaching, right, I would want it to have enough impact. So I can build something like Foony, and I can get like a decent chunk of impact from that, right? Like millions of people can play on Foony, and that's all great and all that jazz. But if I do teaching, and I'm only helping like a handful of students, that's not too much impact. It's a bit, but I feel like I could maybe do something like that by streaming or by making YouTube videos or something else. So I might go that route because I feel like maybe I could help more people. Acorn Boot Camp. If I ever did that, it would probably be free. I wouldn't want to charge anyone. And I get that like that's not good for business, but I don't care. How do you make code to make a voice box? You need a bang sound when you fire your cardboard. What? I'm confused, Alnair. Maybe ask GPT. It might help you with that. That an optional donation? Yeah, something like that. The kids I teach would make a great impact. Oh, for sure. But you know, maybe I can inspire people by streaming, and hopefully we can get the same kind of impact, or maybe less of an impact, but on a larger scale. A literal boot camp. Yeah, get up at 5. Stand in a line. Acorn's gotta shout. Definitely, you know. Oh, you didn't write Pong in a day? Give me 5. Make it 50. You know, drop down. Come on, push-ups. Okay. I really shouldn't say that out loud. Someone's gonna redeem push-ups. Okay. So anyways, we have a dx, a dy. Don't say drop down, like a drop down menu. Drop down, drop down, drop down, drop down. Okay. dx, dy, dz. Make the table like a rectangle. So why is this weird then? What's going on? It's obviously got the right direction. So what the hell's happening? If the dx is greater than 0, else if the dx is less than 0, so obviously it's coming in here. I bet the dt is wrong. Let's say dt left. And that'll tell me something. Okay. Negative time. We're at negative time. Okay, I got the time wrong. Well, let's figure out what the hell's going on. So table geometry. Table x. You know what? I could probably just set like a debugger for this. And whatever. I don't like pausing it because then my network connection to the server will mess up and that's never fun. Oh, it's because of dx is negative. Oh, it's already got the sign. Of course. Okay, so that's correct now. Does the loading screen really do anything? Yeah, there's things happening. It shows the loading screen because it's still making a connection to the server, so it doesn't know what needs to show. So under the hood, what's happening is I'm establishing a WebSocket connection to some server somewhere, and then it's telling the client what needs to be there. Okay, so if that was wrong, that means I must also have the same bug over here, which is going to be t times blah. Well, I like that. That makes it nicer. Makes it happier. Okay, what do we have going on now? Okay, I should have a collision with it. I do! I have collisions! It works! And we have timestamps! Amazing. Okay, let's get rid of some of these extra logs all over the place that we have. Okay, so now you can see I'm colliding with the ball, and I also have some time, which is not my time step, but is instead some number which is hopefully smaller than the time step. So here I can see my time step is 0.0019 approximately. So all of these numbers should be less than 0.0019. You have a suggestion for paint job? A brush? A brush. Amazing. What kind of brush? So if I go to paint job, wait, you call it paint job? Ah, you must be like old school. Right, you must have been here for a while. Because if you actually know the name of it, the purple crayon? Oh god, which one's the purple crayon? There's a felt pen. I don't see a purple crayon. It must be the felt pen. Gotta be, right? Like, what the hell else could it be? The purple crayon, the ones I like to eat. I mean, that's because purple's delicious, right? It tastes like grapes. It's not the only kind of crayon I like to eat. I mean, there's a whole rainbow of colors, right? You've got the red crayons, you've got like the yellow ones. I'm not too big a fan of the yellow crayons though, because it's kind of like lemony. Oh, add a purple crayon. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. So now we have cushion, and so we're at index 6, and now we are hitting number 5. And then if I go over here, now I'm hitting cushion... wait, ball? What the hell? Okay, seems like some of my cushions are correct. So we got cushion 1, and then this cushion's screwed up all over the place. But we got 5, 6, and 1 working, and 3 works. Cushion 3 is fine, by the looks of it. So whatever the hell I did on the right for the top and the bottom, those are screwed. Oh. I think I see why 4 is... bottom right isn't even right. Check the bottom cushion. Well, if this is bottom right... Let's see, this is southwest... Or no, southeast and south. Yeah, that's obviously bottom right. So what the hell did I mess up over here? Console log. Bottom right. Let's just log dt. Let's log ball.pos.y as well, and let's get dy. Do I use AI assistants for coding? I do, Crispy, for sure. Cushions on the right are further than one time step. Pretty much all of everything is further than one time step, Crouch. So, it just is telling me, like, it's doing like a full shot, basically. It's going all the way until I have a collision. So it'll do a time step, and then it will do another and another and another until it has enough data. This is just for the guide rate calculations, right? So it doesn't matter how many time steps away it is, as long as it's the first thing that my ray is hitting. Okay, so now I have bottom right. You can see that's working super great. Why the hell is it logging bottom right? Oh, right, no, that's just logging bottom right. What? Okay, and then over here when I'm actually hitting bottom right, I have a positive something, a negative something, positive dt. So that makes sense. A positive y? Wait, it's backwards. Wait, okay, so if that's positive, that should be negative. It is. It's negative. But how the hell is the timestamp negative? Okay, you know what? Let me just shoot this, get this a little bit closer. Do I prefer TypeScript over Java? Yes, 100%. It's less verbose. The fact I went out of my way and added an achievement named Nice. Oh, did I? Yeah, probably did. That's probably like at the 6 and the 9 ball for pool or something. Okay, so it takes 0.21 to get over here. I guess that, yeah, that makes sense. Wait a minute. Oh. Why does it do that? My DT value is totally screwed. Your IP is at home around 192.168. Careful. I'll hack you now. Private IP range. Yeah, that's a very common one. Although I'm a bit surprised it's 192.168.69. You gotta have changed that. There's no way that's default. I mean, I guess there is a way, but would be a little surprised. You've never used TypeScript before? If you like Java, you'll probably really like TypeScript. So, okay, what the hell's going on? So I have cushion, and I have a timestamp t that's a really small value. So it works fine, but then for this, I have a timestamp t with cushion 1. Bottom right is a very high value. How does that make sense? Let me think. Ball pos y is positive. Let's get the delta between them. I bet you it's just the delta is like screwy. Okay. But then this should be screwy too. Like that doesn't make sense. Why would that be? Time of impact of the left cushion, because that actually works, but this doesn't. dt, so time t, divide by dy, and this is supposed to be some delta. Huh. You switched to machine learning engineer? Yeah, I should probably, I don't know, I think I'm okay where I'm at, I hope. I'm just kind of doing my own thing, making things. It is what it is. Some days it's more some days it's more programming, some days it's more managery, I guess. Dealing with contracts and whatever. Okay. The zombie shuffle or stand-up desks? Yeah, I need something that's silent, Laird. Because I've got like a treadmill for under the desk, but it's too vibraty. And so it kind of annoys people. So I can't actually use it here. Thank you, Spirit. Appreciate it. Hi, Mr. Who. How's it going? I just have to make sure it doesn't go to my head, you know? Okay. So, we've got a cushion. We have the T, which is some time. And now if I go down here... Yeah, now it's like some giant negative T, which doesn't make any sense. The value here is now correct, at least. except that it's negative. And does it make sense that it's negative? Wait, hold on, was this? What's going on here? We've got like, okay, I should probably do like top right as well. Let's just do top right. Let's do dt ball.pals.y. You enjoyed playing Jigsaw and Foony? Thanks, Mr. Who. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like the Jigsaw game. It doesn't have stupid physics like the pool game does. Okay, so top right, I have some collision data. 0.0018. 0.0, okay, so based on when it collides is basically 0, and then as I move like here, that should be a very high amount, and it is. So the value there is correct. What about when I'm hitting this? It seems like it's right. Like DT is correct. It's not gonna hit top right for a while. What's the picture behind me? That is Titus. He is a video game character from Final Fantasy X. You can't switch IDEs now, you're too attached to JetBrains. You hear that, JetBrains? I've gotten people to convert to JetBrains because it's better. So, a sponsor would be cool. Anyways, right. Yeah, I gotta message them. I really need to email them at some point. Why the hell is this still off? There's no collision here. Sponsor me and give like 3 months off. I mean, y'all already get a good deal, right, Laird? Y'all already get a good deal. I don't. I mean, I get an okay deal. I think they pay for my JetBrains. I get like free IntelliJ. Okay, check top cushions if... Did I mess up the knuckles? Is that why? Northwest, the northeast. I mean, I already checked those. I already checked the X position. If dt greater than or equal to 0 and dt less than or equal to t. So, okay, let's move that into here. That'll tell me, like, a bit more what's going on. Actually, let's move this down. And then we know we're already in. We have an X position. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're supposed to check the X position, so that's correct. So it basically gets down here. Return results. Okay, let's say console.log bottom left, else if bottom right. You've been using your school email? Yeah, that's such a great deal. If you have a school email, you basically get free JetBrains, and I 100% recommend you take it up on it. School emails are like diamonds. Keep it as long as you possibly can. In fact, you might be able to get really lucky. See if you can forward your school emails to an email that you control. Because if you can, and they don't stop forwarding it, you might be able to still get benefits. Just thinking about it. I wish I had done that back in the day. This is not actual advice. I'm just thinking out loud. When you boot up Pool, you get a purple screen. Try refreshing on there. See what your console error is. what do I mean by forwarding the email to another one? So a lot of email service providers allow you to forward all of emails that come into your inbox to another email address, and this is super useful for things like maybe you have multiple emails because you don't want to give out your main email. So you can forward all the mail coming in from that email to your main email. So the idea is maybe if you forward your school email address and they keep forwarding it after you no longer have access, then you still get free stuff. I don't know if that'll actually work. I don't know how many colleges work that way, but it is an idea. I'm not saying you should do this, but if I was in school, I would probably do it. I don't know, Spirit. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. Anywho. 6, 5, 4 still doesn't work. 3 worked. Why the hell does this one not work? So, top right. It doesn't say bottom right. Wait. It's messing up on the top as well. Top cushions. Top right is failing. Top left works. Oh. Does that make any sense? Okay. So I need to know the X position. Let's just do top, and then let's get all the values. For sharing this tip. It's just a thought. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. So the northeast must be... Freaking got this backwards, that's why. Alright, fixed. That explains it. Okay, now it should work. I'm not saying to do this. Please don't use this advice. But, you know, just something that I wish I had thought of when I was in school. GPT would give you the same thoughts? Yeah, it would absolutely would. Alright. So top left, and now that's 2, and now, hey, it works. Nice. 5 and 6. Okay, we now have the correct times. So now I know all of the collision times, so I can correct everything. Alright, so if now I know all of the collisions that are going to occur, I wonder, can I just forward it until the collision is going to occur? You're gonna miss me when TikTok gets shut down? I know, Zai. If only there were other social media platforms like Twitch, or YouTube, or Twitter, or X, or Instagram. It's gonna be rough without TikTok. It's not TikTok? Wait, we're not on TikTok? I'm shocked. Who could have foreseen this? Okay. And then we go through here, and now... So I think what I want to do is we're going to change the way that this prepare advance all works. So I'm going to have an internal prepare advance all. I'm just going to do like something easy at first. To mostly make it work. You can still browse TikTok because you're not American? I can too. I mean, it's still not the 19th, okay? It's not down yet. Oh, for a second there, I thought I was gonna, like, not work. Take effect tomorrow. Did I code the UI of Foony from scratch? Initially I did Spirit, but I kind of replaced it with my own framework. So initially I used MUI, and you can kind of see the influence of MUI, like the button shapes, some of the stuff, the way it kind of works. It looks a bit like maybe it could be MUI, the dialogues and things. But then the performance wasn't good. It was large and slow, and I didn't like that it kept breaking on me with the migrations, right? You'd have to change all your code all the time. So I replaced it all with base UI, which is something that I built. And the goal of base is to be as small as possible with as few configurations as possible for the props, so you don't get to configure a whole lot. And like this here is the whole tooltip. Like that's it. It's just 200 lines of code. And a lot of things in base are very simple. So like here is a very fancy accordion. It's 80 lines of code. That's with comments and props and all that jazz. That's it. That's all it is. That's an accordion. And it replaces like 1,000 lines of MUI. What's a tooltip? If you mouse over something, it tells you what it is. An accordion? Yeah, we've got musical instruments on Foony. And then I've got badges and checkboxes and dividers and a whole bunch of stuff. So let me think of where the heck on Foony do I have an accordion? Oh, the nav sound, of course. So you see this, how it goes big and small? It's an accordion, because what does an accordion do? It goes big and small. All right. So now what I want to do is let's just implement what we've got. That's not the only thing that does that, Acorn. Really, Laird, what else does that? Please, please, teach us. I don't know what you mean. Am I building a pool game? I am. Windows, yeah, different versions of Windows, for sure. Like, it started off small with, like, Windows 95, and now it's really big. And hard to use. I don't know. It's not that hard to use. I don't know. They added like a whole bunch of bloat to it. You know, you got like Cortana and all that jazz. So you gotta like remove things. All right. Anyways, so now I need like a prepare advance all. Windows was always easy for you. Yeah, I like Windows for sure. I've been using Windows since like 95. I was reaching with that one, okay? Prepare advanced cushions. We're just gonna have an internal one. Can I breakdance? No way. I can't even dance, okay? Have you seen my skin color? I'm like the whitest person ever. You think I can dance? Can I jump style? I don't even know what that means. But I'm guessing it's not programming. You can do anything you set your mind to. Pretty much anything except dance. But yeah, I want to add dancing back to the stream at some point. Alright, so prepare advance all. That LCD tan, I know, it's like it's a style, right? I'm gonna be like wider than the wall. That way I blend in. So if I ever go in like a crowded situation, like a party or something, I can just kind of go up against the wall like a chameleon and no one will see me. Alright, let's see. It's a survival trait. Displace hidden, yes. Set my opacity to 0. So we're going to iterate over all of the collisions, but we're not actually going to do this is all stationary yet. Instead, we're going to sort the collision times, and if we have collisions, we're going to perform the collision. So, if I know a collision is going to occur, then if... Let me think about this. So if collision const advance time, we're going to have some amount of time. If advance time, then we're going to... Then we're just going to like advance everything, a state of the world, by whatever the heck the time is. Once you master the tan, you don't even show up on picture because the sensor is overexposed. That would be wild. You're just like so bright. You don't even show up anymore. Nobody can take a picture or a video of you. Can you get a rapping karaoke stream? Oh my god. Maybe someday, Emily. Let's see, what do we have here? Ball dot... Did I look at an advance update? By advance time. Cool. So now I can iterate until the next collision occurs. Excellent. If advance time greater than 0, and now I think I want to prepare everything. AI shorts of me dancing when? They probably, well, okay, they'll probably like me actually dancing, and then the AI will be like, ah, yes, let's include that short. And then you'll have me doing dancing shorts. So probably soon-ish, Cratch. I need to make sure that I have enough space here to actually do the dancey stuff, and then I'll make it a redeem again, and people can redeem it. But I'm gonna limit it to like 1 per stream. So we'll see. Okay, so I think I want to change this. Let me think. So if there's no collisions, well, actually, no, maybe I want to do this. Let's change it up. Let's do like .t. If not advance time. When you get green screen videos of me? Maybe at some point. That's an idea. You would... I don't know. Yeah, I could maybe do green screens at some point. Just give it to people, just like, here you go, here's a whole video of me with all the talking and everything. But it's a green screen, so do with it what you will. Do whatever. Yeah, that nothing could possibly go wrong if I just release that out there. Or a blue screen. Yeah, pretty much green or blue. Nothing bad at all ever happens with green screens. Absolutely, Laird. Absolutely. Okay, so if not advanced time, no collisions occurred in this time step, which means it's safe to go ahead and call this dot underscore prepare advance all at time t. Not advance all, or advance time is less than 0. Okay. Fast forward time to the first ball collision. Alrighty. Chat can give prompts to video AI to show whatever background you want. That sounds very, very, very expensive, Cratch. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. Fast forward all balls to the same. So we know that it's greater than, so that means we must be able to do this. And then we can just go ahead and do that in a loop. T minus equals advanced time. And then while we are positive time. And then it will return. Return is all stationary. Well, how does that work? So we have collision times. While t greater than 0. So, okay, we're checking all of the collisions. We're seeing if any collisions are going to occur soon. And then we're doing the collision. No, that's not enough. There's more to this. We have to prepare advance all at whatever the advance time is, and then we subtract that. So then I think that's mostly good, because it's doing whatever the collision is. No, that's not right, because it's moving everything. No, it's doing some other stuff. I gotta change the way this works. Let me see. Because then it's doing all the updatey things. So I think what I want is I kind of want to just change the way this works here. People want to reinvent servo? What's servo? It's almost like I want this to be a try finally. Because it's like we're advancing it by some time, t. So it's almost like this should be advance and update. Oh, the Mozilla engine stuff? Interesting. I don't want to do this. I need to rethink the way that this prepare advance all works. It's almost like I need to rethink the way that step works. If all balls, okay, so maybe I could remove this part. So what is this doing exactly? It's slowing things down by a constant amount of time, so maybe we can just not do this for now. So it needs to do the check always after an update. And then we do that. Then we update the balls. Then we grab the outcomes. Okay. So, in other words, this is doing some steppy thing. But it's a little different because now it's almost like I'm saying, hey, keep going. But it's gonna stop every time there's a collision to update the state and move on to the next collision. So it's almost like this needs to return the remaining time. And then it's more like while t equals this dot prep is greater than 0. Advances the balls by up to t seconds, returning the remaining seconds that the balls be advanced by. Hi Murray, how's it going? So that should be happy. Why is this not happy? This value is never read. Yes it is, it's read right here. Okay, fine. Let's do it in the way it makes more sense. Oh. Yeah, I guess it wasn't read. That's fine. I'll do it this way because it's more readable, I think. While t is greater than 0. Can I make this a do while? This is like one of the programmer's favorite things to do. If you can put a do while loop somewhere, you do it. So do this while t greater than 0. I think I can. I think that works. I've got a do while loop. Is this like the only one in the code base? Oh no, there's actually 7. In the 150,000 lines of code, I've managed to find 7 places for a do while. Very exciting. This is one of those things you'll learn pretty early on as a programmer. You'll learn about when you're learning like control flow and things like if statements, for loops, you will learn about the do while loop, and then you will not use it for a good number of years, except for like one time, because almost no one ever uses a do while loop, and you don't ever need it. You can use it without, you can code without it. You found a use for a do while last month. It was a good feeling. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, oh my god, I finally have a use for this. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, right. I don't think I can do PoE2 tonight because I've got tonight's like I hang out with like CM Griffing and stuff and we play games. So probably gonna have to miss PoE2 today. I might stream tomorrow though. We'll see. This is the physics simulation. I do want to finish this part though, at least. Rotation of the balls, do some stuff there. What else do I have? Alright, so that comes down to prepare advance all. I no longer need this while loop because now this part gets a little bit simplified. But now this returns a boolean. Right, because it's supposed to tell me if everything has stopped. How the hell is that supposed to work? If no collisions occurred in a given time step, I think I need to do the while loop thingamabobber with the depth thingy here. And I have to do the same thing below as well. So basically let depth equals 0. And then while not this dot underscore prepare advance all. I have to throw an error. I return 0. I think. Wait, why is this not working? Hi JD, I'm doing alright. I'm just fixing up some physicsy stuff and I think I broke a lot of things. Function lacks a return statement. That would explain why everything is weird and broken. Okay. So let's see, we do the updatey thing and then I think I need to return t minus the advance time. So does that actually do what I want it to? I hope this isn't expensive to run. Is all stationary. So okay, yeah, it was returning is all stationary. So while not all stationary, keep going. And that's basically whatever I had before, but now without all the collision times, because we've already said there's no collisions. Okay. So then I do all the steppy thingamabobbers. We have some time step, and it's doing all of its happy dappy things. But I think I need to move this code to the new like prepare advance all because it's checking, it's doing like miniature micro steps within the step. But the outcome stuff, that can all stay kind of the same, I believe. So I think I want to try finally here. We can do it without a try finally though. Let's make another function. Do micro step. Snicker, thank you so much. 32. My god, you're almost at 3 years of subbing. That is incredible. I hope you're doing well, Snicker. How's it going? You've even got like the founder badge. That's crazy. Okay, so we have this micro step. What do I want here? We got step and micro step. Okay. This should be do micro step, which is gonna do the step under the hood. And then we're gonna just return that at the end. Just been super busy. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so it does all of that. I mean, if we're doing it the micro step in this way, can't I just not do that and move this code out to like right down here? I can, can't I? Let's just do that instead. Less code. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen. I suspect the code will explode. So let's see what happens, I guess. Bah! It didn't do what I wanted it to. It's still jumpy. It didn't explode on me. I don't know why it didn't explode. Some reason, things are kind of working. I don't like it. So what the hell happened? It has a list of outcomes. The prepare advance all is still happening. We have the collision times that are actually occurring. Could always turn a cat loose on my keyboard to make it stop working. I mean, like another option, right, is you just take the keyboard and you just do this. And that has interesting effects and sometimes causes it to mess up. It's also a very effective way to play a Wretch Paladin in World of Warcraft. That's roughly equivalent, yeah. Back when I used to play a Ret Pally in WoW, that was basically my rotation. I had like a few macros or whatever, and you just like copy paste it a whole bunch of times, and you just roll your face on the keyboard, and you wind up being like top DPS. It's actually shockingly effective. I only tried this like once on a target dummy. Okay, don't actually do this. Very dumb. I was a ret pally. Well, I was also a frost mage, Snicker. I mean, it just kind of depends. I was a mage and a ret pally. And a fire mage at one point. The two worst? The two worst? Oh, come on. You can't say that, Snicker. What did you play? All your homies hate mages? Okay, look, I mean, come on. Some mages actually have mana. And even if they don't, they can still cast spells, okay? It's not all mages. That's only a small subset. Blink, blink to the door of light. Snicker, you're gonna get me, like, reported to Blizzard, okay? Unbelievable. Alright, alright. Jeez, I can't say any of this out loud. Like, I'm gonna get, like, reported. If not advanced time or advanced time less than 0. Frost mages are fun. I like frost mages. Yeah, they're fun. I'm playing a frost mage right now on hardcore WoW, actually. Collisions occurred in this time. While not fast forward all balls. Advanced time. So it does that. So then what the hell? Oh my god. This wasn't advanced time. Okay, let's try that. I should have applied to OnlyFans. I did! I did, Snicker. I applied. But I didn't get in. I'm not big enough. Apparently. What level am I? I'm only like level 20 right now. Okay. Interesting. It breaks in strange ways now. What about OnlyFansly? I didn't know that was a guild. I mean, I would be down to apply for that. Okay, so I broke something. I don't know why. I think we're gonna have to do more calculation thingies ourselves. Definitely got some weird behaviors now. What level am I? Like level 20-ish? I think a little under 20. Haven't played a whole lot. 0 deaths, by the way. Advance all. You're playing on the PvP realm? I'm guessing that's not hardcore? Did I see this RuneScape sub-tier? I did, Laird. That was wild. I don't... Like, I wonder who thought that was a good idea. For context, for anyone who's not familiar, old school RuneScape or like Jagex or whatever was experimenting with different pricing for their game. Now keep in mind, their pricing is already quite high for what you get. You get like one character and it's like basically as expensive as WoW. But there is a yearly sub which is a little bit cheaper. Anyways, they were experimenting with adding like ads to the game. They were experimenting with like reducing your logout timer for like a cheaper thing. They were experimenting with like removing support for like using RuneLite in the plugins, which everybody uses for free right now, for like a cheaper membership. And they were experimenting with adding some security features, which should be for everyone, for additional money. And they wanted to like hike the rates for the sub. Now, I'm not sure who was behind it. Apparently it was like some kind of like, you know, conjoint membership survey thing. So like, I guess maybe they partnered with someone else for this. I'm not sure exactly who did it, but this was a terrible thing, right? Like, anyone in their right mind could see like this was going to be received negatively, and it still went out, and it was received negatively. Go figure. Now everyone's talking about it. You just quit and went to WoW for them suggesting it? There was a Falador riot? I'm not at all surprised. Yeah, the mobile support was like, it's a mobile only membership, so you can't use RuneLite or any of that other stuff. And it's kind of scary saying all this stuff, right? You can kind of see here, there's like tiered membership, in-game advertising. There was also a bit of like pay to play, so or not pay to play. It's already pay to play, but like if you pay more, you can get access to certain worlds with different numbers of people allowed on them, or like you know you can play in worlds with people who like have never been banned or whatever. So yeah, it was not well received to say the least. So hopefully it doesn't go that way. That would be a real shame. I really like old school RuneScape. It's one of my favorite MMOs. Alright, let's see. So why then? People said they destroyed RuneScape 3 times. End of combat. The Wildy change, where they removed trading. That's 2 of them. A price hike like this would destroy it a 3rd time. I'm not sure when the other destruction was. The duel arena? Yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. They made the Gamba change for duel arena. That might be considered destroying RuneScape. I'm not sure. To me, it didn't affect me at all, right? But you know, the GE tax really affected me. I'm not a fan of that one. Advances the balls. Okay. Why the heck does it do this? So it does prepare advance all. And it doesn't update. Wait a minute. It's not doing a ball update here. But then the time is different. That's a bit tricky too. Let's see what that does. Maybe that's why some of the stuff was breaking. It's still breaking in weird ways. Wait, what happens if I make the shot anyways? The shot happens. Weird. But the collisions are now weird. TikTok is officially banned now? Wait. But it's not the 19th yet. What? But it's not the 19th. What the, this worked an hour ago. RIP. What I used to make auto shorts. So I'm gonna build something, which uses Whisper for transcription, and then it's gonna use some other stuff. Where's the servers? I can't access TikTok for now. I can still download my datas. Banned by who? The US government? But Trump has said that he wants to extend it for like 90 days, if possible. Am I building on stream? I am. So, a foony is completely playable now, and the pool game is playable now. Time zone thing, perhaps? Yeah, but it's not even midnight, even in the East Coast, although I guess it's getting semi-close. Or it might be UTC time. UTC time now. So, it is the 19th UTC time, but it wasn't banned at midnight UTC, so I don't know. Can still be used by a VPN? Yeah, most likely. I mean, come on, you're not gonna actually stop someone like me from accessing a site, right? Like, just use a VPN. And there's other things you can do besides just using a VPN as well. You can even, if you have the right kind of router, your router can set up a VPN so that all of your connections are behind the VPN guaranteed. Okay. VPN or not, it'll kill Tic Tac. Yeah, not enough people know how to do it. So, like, it's basically gonzo for now. Yeah, Tic Tac is basically done. It's so weird that the collision data is now completely busted. Just because I'm, like, advancing the time? So what, if I change this... let's just get that to succeed again. It was banned on mobile before desktop? Interesting. Yeah, you see that? Like, when I do different steps... Oh, that's some weird behavior there still. Okay. It must be because I changed kind of like the way this works. Like, I've got the ball update going, but I did have this other section, which I'm now doing out of order. Maybe that's throwing it off. Oh, wait a minute. It's not supposed to do the ball steps. It's not supposed to do this. Because I'm doing the ball updating stuff there. That's why it's weird. What tech stack do I use to design games like this? React, TypeScript, Kubernetes on the back end. But to make games like this, React and TypeScript. The physics for Pool are now a bit custom. It's kind of coming from Tyler's, and I'm just modifying the physics and the way that it works to make it better. Or worse, but at least different. And this is Python? Yeah. I'm using Perl scripts and Python, and some of it is Fortran. And you know, for the backend to serve the website pages, I use C, just pure C, no C++. No, come on. You're gonna confuse people. You can't do that. A Rust for the client code? Yeah. Using WASM, of course. And Trump is banning C+. It's a good thing that C++ isn't a language that I'm aware of. Don't use Fortran? Oh yeah, the whole of Foony is coded in Fortran. No. You saw someone make a server in Reddit clone in C? You can do that. Yeah, you can do that, Laird. It's just, why would you? This is pure HTMX? Yeah. Pure HTMX. And Rust, by the way. There's, in fact, a whole file of Rust. 130, 40 lines. So it's very, very rusty. And I guess I can just do it this way. This kind of works, sort of. And that needs to happen before the update. If ball, and then of course this all gets upsetty because I said if true, and that's gonna be upsetty with me. Okay, but now it's basically doing everything it needs to do. So now it should be fine. Except for the parts that are pure Sarcasmo 2 code. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of advanced code, though. Okay, so it seems like all the collisions are happy, and they're back to being happy. That's a start. So we delete the true or thing here, and see kind of what happens. Does it work? No, it doesn't. In any way, shape, or form, everything goes to hell. So why? Oh, that's fun. So now it breaks in weird ways. That's super cool. Great. I broke everything. Seems like it breaks on first collision. Wait, so some collisions work, and other collisions completely break down. Why? Oh god. Okay, well, I'm gonna work on this later, I think. It's already way past time, so I'll talk to y'all later. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow, we'll see, but otherwise it'll most likely be a Monday. And I definitely do want to play some more PoE too, so I want to show my Meteor build. I guess I'll show that next stream. Alrighty, and we'll go sort by high to low. Maybe same category. Okay, who do we have? So we have Fractal, Automation K. I think they're probably AFK. I'm not done here. I'm close enough, Snicker. I'm close enough. Wait, push-ups. Okay, fine. We'll do push-ups first. Some bedtime push-ups? Yeah, now it's time for breakfast. Alrighty. Alright, who do we want to raid? Here's someone who's doing ASMR programming. Interesting. Or Fractal. Here's someone who's doing like some Python-y stuff. Gosh, I'm not sure who to raid. How about Fractal? Alright, take care, y'all. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. And I'll try to get the physics wrapped up so that I can actually do the AI shorts thing really soon. I was gonna do that today, but I thought the physics stuff would be easier than it was. Anyhow, so yeah.